Test.
So much stuff that, like the other day, I gotta organize, can you organize your son's office? It is so, organized, Suzanne. I said, I know. So I-
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 3 2 1.
Hang it on each side, you can put that.
be. And we're also aware of all that's going on in the world, especially in Ukraine. So we ask for your blessing of peace. Today for us, we ask for unity, wisdom, clarity, and compassion as we make a way forward for all the communities we serve. Thank you for being with us, for going before us, for surrounding us, and for caring for all, especially the patients we serve. Keep them first and foremost in our thoughts and in our vision. All this we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any? We have no citizens wishing to address the board. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
I move approval.
All right. Is Roger motion and second by Steve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by nay. Okay, motion carries. There are no announcements, and I have no other report for today. Dr. Duncan?
Yes, thank you, Board Chairwoman DeBose, and members of the board and those who are attending this meeting. A few updates regarding the hospital. I did send out to the board some hospital updates, and at the time that I sent them out this past weekend, we have moved from high transmission of COVID to substantial transmission of COVID. And even since then, we've now moved to moderate. So we continue to move down, which is great. We are anticipating that we will probably move to low. So as we continue to see less COVID transmission and fewer admissions to the hospital, we will continue to align with CDC guidelines and evaluate our guidelines around PPE, meeting space, masks, travel, those kind of things, and communicate that out to staff. So that's great news. Of those patients who are admitted with COVID, they continue to be largely unvaccinated. Our big challenge right now is with our staffing. As you hear across the nation, people are slow to return to work, and we are also experiencing in some of our areas the pipeline for new employees to be limited. And so now with our new CHRO, who you will have opportunity to meet, we will be working with her on strategies of how we build our own pipeline and other strategies so that we are able to attack some of the staffing challenges that we currently are experiencing. Other updates regarding the CMS mandate for COVID vaccine. I continue to be amazed at how the staff sees the importance of being vaccinated and creating and maintaining a safe environment. And we are over 95% of our employees are compliant with the mandate. And so that is, again, speaks a lot to JPS and the team members here. We are also proud to have 7 of our nurses at JPS to be honored at the 2022 DFW Great 100 Nurses. And in fact, we have more honorees here coming from JPS than any other hospital in the DFW Metroplex. And those honorees, and we will bring them to our next board meeting for you guys actually to be able to thank. But they come across inpatient areas, outpatient areas, our behavioral health, our urgent care, and even our nursing administration. So nurses across the organization are being recognized for what they do. During the week of Valentine's Day, we tried to come together and do something nice for our employees and for our patients, and so we gave out candy. You know that was not my decision on giving out food, but we did give out because Valentine's Day is one of those days with chocolate and candy, and that was well appreciated by the staff. We also encouraged them to recognize each other, and during that week alone, over 1,500 employees recognized another employee. So again, great work by the JPS team. A few executive team updates that I also updated the board on in my send-out. But I would like for Cheryl and Carla to come up to the table so you can put eyes on two of our new executive team members. So this is your first time that you're approaching the table. There will be many more times. I remember my first time, I was nervous as you know what, but anyway, they are a very nice board. First, Carla, as you can see there. Carla Kawaiva. Hey! So it took me a long time to pronounce that correctly. Carla's been in HR for over 20 years, even though she looks quite young. She spent 14 years of that at Memorial Hermann Health System in Houston and has worked as an independent consultant with different industry for a number of years, so she's seen quite a bit that's out there. She spent 10 years in the Air Force and is a veteran of the Air Force. Her husband retired from the Air Force and then went to law school, and he's actually just passed his bar and is an insurance defense attorney. So. They have 2 adult children who are graduates of Texas A&M. Yeah, they are very vocal about which Texas.
Process is right.
So please welcome Carla. And Carla, within this week, has just already started to move and to identify a lot of the work that needs to be done across the organization with HR. So welcome here, Carla. Some of you know Cheryl Sutterfield-Jones. She's been in the DFW area for some time. Cheryl comes to us with vast nonprofit experience, and she is our our president of the foundation. But she has vast nonprofit experience leading nonprofits in the DFW area, including the American Red Cross. She's raised millions of dollars in this market, and she actually looks forward to raising money for JPS, and this has been a great time to bring her in as we begin our bond work and look at ways in which we're going to be able to pay for a lot of the new health care that we will be providing. She's already started working on a capital campaign. Cheryl and her husband will be moving here from Dallas to Fort Worth, and they have 3 children and 5 grandchildren. So again, welcome here, Cheryl.
Thank you. Really look forward to working with all of you to do great work.
So,
No, I'm not.
All right.
Carla,
Honorary.
But she is moving to Fort Worth.
That's right.
We'll be here. Yeah.
Well, welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you. Okay?
Likewise. Thank you.
On March 2nd, as you know, we have a lot of disease-specific certification here at JPS, and that really speaks to our journey on to excellence, and these certifications do allow us to really get better at the care that we provide. And on March 2nd, we successfully achieved our Joint Commission disease-specific recertification for sepsis care. And so that is huge. We're really proud of our teams and the hard work that they continue to do in improving the care as it pertains to sepsis. So I do also want to recognize that. Finally, I always say to the team when they talk about the great work they're doing, I always ask them, so what do our patients say? Because at the end of the day, all the work we can do, if our patients aren't speaking about the great work we're doing or the community doesn't speak about it, it probably doesn't give it as much meaning. And so I often will ask them, what are our patients saying about us? So I wanted to share with you a letter that we received from one of our patients that really speaks to the great work that's being done. In February, we received a very kind thank you letter from the wife of a patient who had received care here at Trinity Springs. And she says, "This is not a journey me or my husband ever thought we would have to walk, but because of it, I was able to come in contact with such caring individuals at Trinity Springs. Hopefully, you will be able to convey my gratitude to each and every person. There's so much taboo surrounding a mental health facility, and it's often told that it is wrong. It was so hard for us to make the decision to have my husband committed to this hospital or to any mental health facility, just out of plain fear of not knowing. I can only imagine what the nurses and the behavioral health techs experience on a daily basis. We suffered in silence for so many months, and it was brittle. Unfortunately, my husband attempted to take his life at another facility, and that is what brought us to Trinity Springs. I knew I was not physically able to keep my husband safe 24 hours a day, especially since another facility wasn't even able to do so. And so he was admitted, and we were both terrified and distraught. Your nurses were stern when they needed to be, and yet they were compassionate. She said that the nurses often communicated and assured me that he was being taken care of, and cautiously explained to me everything that was going on when my husband seemed to be over the top. They always did this with kindness and concern, always aware that I too was going through such a hard time. The closer my husband got to being released, the more he began to express his gratefulness about the team and about the care that he received. I want each nurse, behavioral health tech, therapist, and doctor to know how incredibly grateful I am for their compassion, their diligence, and their patience. I truly don't want anyone to ever be in my shoes. It is so difficult to understand this disease, and each journey is so different, but they need to know what a difference they have made in our lives, and I'm sure in countless others. I cannot imagine how difficult a job this is, but also I have become aware of how important each person is. So again, thank you. Keep doing a great job, and please remember what a difference you are making in a hurting world. I see you and I applaud you for all of your efforts. You make a difference. My husband is doing so well now. He is a loving husband, father, and grandfather. I pray we never have to go through what we did, and I also have peace knowing that there is a place that can help bring him back to wholeness. So I want to, personally, I always want to thank everyone who does such great work across the hospital, but want to give a special thanks to the behavioral health team and all that they do every day.
Great.
So with that said, Board Chairwoman, that is my update.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is Dr. Miles for the medical staff, but I want to remind the officers approve the vascular surgical privilege form outside of a meeting at the request of the board following our last meeting. Remember, we had a revision and we had to go outside. So Dr. Miles will explain to us about the changes, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It begins on page 11 in your packet, which is the final form that was approved as special call NC and submitted to the board officers for review and approval. The form was created based on reviewing 4 other delineation privilege forms from facilities of similar size, scope, acuity, and level 1 trauma centers. So we felt like we had very good confirmation that the numbers that were on the previous form were not appropriate, and that we have managed those to a place that we think are reasonable, appropriate, and will ensure the competency of any vascular surgeon seeking privileges at John Peter Smith Hospital. I can entertain questions about the form, or one of you can please make a motion to fully ratify it.
Okay, we are. I will entertain a motion for the approval of the delineation of privileges for vascular surgery, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just to ratify our action on that. I'm sorry, okay?
Second.
All right. I got 2 seconds, so just, okay? Are there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed by nay. Okay. All right.
Thank you for that action. Let's move on to the next item. I do have slides for this. If we could bring those up, please. I wanted to give you all a little bit of a medical staff update. The next slide, please. I need the clicker. Apparently you can't do it for me, and I need the clicker. Thank you, Dr. Becker. All right, thank you. So I want to first and foremost acknowledge that we have some top clinicians that the Medical Executive Committee acknowledged at their meeting this week. These are patients who throughout the year, the fiscal year of 2021, had top box percentile patient experience scores. Now, what do I mean by top box? These are all ambulatory providers. These are patient satisfaction surveys that go to ambulatory providers following a clinic visit. These are all providers who got very good ratings, 88% of the time or more. And that's a phenomenal score to think about. 8 out of 10 patients that walked in your clinic walked out saying that care was very good. And that's hard to achieve, very difficult to achieve. These are our clinicians who achieved that over fiscal year 2021. And there are a variety of MDs, and we do have a couple of nurse practitioners in there as well. I really want to call out Dr. John Haynes at the top left corner there. Dr. Haynes is our elected Secretary Treasurer of the medical staff. He had the highest score of 98%. Now I'm going to go talk to Dr. Haynes and figure out how he did that, because that's a phenomenal score. Basically everybody was completely satisfied with their experience with Dr. Haynes. So we just wanted to bring this forward to the board to let you know the great work our patient experience, our clinicians are providing, and just to acknowledge that these clinicians were recognized at the MEC where they attended, and they will all receive a gift for their great work. I also want to take a moment to present for you the Strong Work Awards that the MEC presented this week. We award practitioners who have exemplary service based on peer review conducted by our Physician Excellence Committee. Our Physician Excellence Committee, or PEC, is our peer review committee. And when they review cases, we always think about them being focused on what went wrong, but they're all also focused on what went right. Who did really good care? Who had exemplary work? And when we see that, we like to call that out. Kimberly Cleaves is a nurse practitioner in neonatology that was able to successfully resuscitate an infant. She was actually able to do the intubation in an extremely complicated, complex, chaotic, and stressful resuscitation on that baby. So we wanted to call her out as just really doing exemplary clinical work for that infant. Dr. Pallone is in obstetrics and gynecology at JPS. Dr. Pallone has served on the Physician Excellence Committee for 8 years. Roughly half of that time he spent as the chair of the Physician Excellence Committee. He has very young children, and he would have continued his good work, but he decided that he'd like to spend some more time with his very young children while they were still young. So we were very sad to see him leave the PEC, but we wanted to recognize him for many years of really, really outstanding service, during which time there were major revisions in how we conduct peer review. All right, moving on. Ms. DeBose asked if the medical staff could provide to the board an update on the delineation of privilege project. The DOP, as we like to call it, is the clinical privilege forms, like the one you just approved for vascular surgery privileges. We have undertaken a 2-year project to do a complete review and any necessary revisions on those privilege forms. So this is the update. The project kicked off on April 18th, 2021. We contracted an outside consultant group called Hardenberg, who was contracted to work with the medical staff office to be the project managers to drive this project through. At the time of the kickoff in April 2021, it was expected to be a 2-year project. It's a lot of work to get all these done. We have 70 clinical privilege forms at JPS, which is a normal and usual number. Up to this date, which is March 1st of this year, we have completed a review of all 70. All 70 forms have undergone review. 35 have been identified that require either a major revision, such as the vascular surgery form that you just approved for us, and or an alignment. What do I mean by alignment? Alignment means that family medicine practices OB. Obstetrics and gynecology practices OB. Their forms are not entirely in sync, and they need to be aligned. So there's a number of overlap areas where we need to align these forms to make sure that regardless of whether you're asking me for family medicine OB privileges or you're asking me for OB privileges, we're going to expect the same level of competency demonstrated for either one. 3 major revisions have already been completed and approved by the Board of Managers. Just in case you don't recall, it was the emergency medicine clinical privilege form, the critical care privilege form, and then recently the vascular surgery privilege form. What are our next steps from here? We have made this a standing agenda item at our Credentials Committee. We intend to leave it as a standing agenda item even past the conclusion of the project. And I'll tell you a little bit more enclosed about some of the best practices we've identified. That is considered a best practice, to leave it on your Credentials Committee forever in perpetuity, so you're constantly looking at these forms as new technology comes out, as medicine evolves and changes, you're keeping up with your forms. The Medical Staff Office is preparing to submit 3 to 5 of these major revisions to the MEC and the Credentials Committee each month for approval. Just as a reminder, these forms go from Medical Staff Office, who are working in collaboration with the chairs of those departments as a subject matter expert, to put in the appropriate revisions around training, education, and experience. Then the forms get submitted to the Credentials Committee, where there is a multi-specialty review and deliberation around their appropriateness. Following that, the forms go up to the Medical Executive Committee, where there is a second multidisciplinary review of the form to determine if the training, education, experience is appropriate. And then from there, they come to you, to the board, for approval. The Medical Staff Office has a goal of completing the major revisions by the end of this year. What that will mean is that the board should see all the revisions come through by the end of first quarter 2023, because we do have a 1 to 2 month gap between the time the Medical Staff Office completes it and it makes its way to you. So that's my update, Madam Chair. Do you have any questions for me?
No. Do any of you have questions, Trent?
Just one comment. Those of you that have known Jay for as long as many of us have, Dr. Haynes, he has performed so many roles at this hospital, and you don't have to ask how he gets that score, because once you know Jay, he's just the kind of person that you have immediate confidence in. His bedside manner. I mean, he's just one of the greatest guys ever. And we don't get a chance sometimes to stop and say thank you to those guys that have been with us so long. But congratulations to Jay, and thanks for bringing that forward to us.
You're welcome.
Well, I scored him, so.
Thank you, Dr. Miles. All right. Next on the agenda is Dr. Becker, a claim.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will keep my comments short because it's World Kidney Day and I'm a nephrologist. No, we are fortunate to have Jay York here as well, as previously requested, to have an update regarding some of the work that Guidehouse has performed in one of the 2 primary engagements that they've been involved with a claim. So my comments will be brief. First, as always, our scorecard. Data are collected and are valid through the end of calendar year 21. You can see we had an uptick in performance in December. Across the board, we're still averaging about 67% of where we want to be. A lot of that is embedded in, as you go to the table below, the percent of overall service line quality goals that hit stretch. Just for perspective, most good quality programs, which obviously we want to strive for in the broad medical group setting, are, and here's the contrast. In the hospital, we got to nail everything. We got to reduce risk to 0. The way quality programs are structured across a multi-specialty group, you're going to have a fair number of things that are going to be stretch objectives. So to hit 2/3 to 3/4 is probably where we're going to be. If we're not trying to do more all the time, if we keep hitting 100%, we're underclubbing it. So I just want you to recognize, if that bar graph ever hits 100%, I'm at fault for not pushing our group farther.
Brian, before you go on.
Yep.
You kind of hit on it. I'm trying to reconcile the chart on the top and the chart below. The chart on the top kind of looks like my grades from high school, but the chart below looks really great. I mean, a lot of green, a lot of hitting the straight. To me, when I look at above, it looks like we're operating D and C, but when I look down below, it looks like we're hitting a lot of A's. Is there,
So
the scale, what do we think, what's the maximum we could do on the chart above, I guess?
the maximum we could probably do is about 85%.
Okay, so that's sort of the upper limit, because I see, I'm putting it in a perspective, or we're only doing 71%, that's a C, right? A grade of C, but if 88 is our,
Well, you got to grade us on a curve, Mr. Montgomery.
well, trust me, that's the only way I got out of school, but.
He got his grade on.
But I see what you're saying, it just, when I first looked at that,
Yeah.
they didn't reconcile in my brain. The below looked awesome, and the above looked like so-so.
So the yellow, which is 12.5%, which will be higher next year, means that we're trying to strive across some particular areas to do much better. So that's one of the factors influencing why the performance in December is not hitting higher. And then I will tell you the HCAPS piece, and then if you look at the retention rate piece that's red at the bottom. So those three variables in the stoplight chart that are not green are pulling the score to where it is. So next year.
May I have a quick question? The data source on the right-hand side is from Epic and Press Ganey and all that stuff.
Yes.
Is that just purely from the data collection, or they are grading us and then we, based on our peer, and then that's the result that they give us is color-coded?
So for the Epic piece, it's information that we pull
Right. And then the
directly
goal
from
is-
Epic.
Okay.
We're not being compared, or we're not comparing ourselves to other organizations. For the Press Ganey piece, it is information that is collected via the survey and then benchmarked against other organizations.
Okay. So the green is based on other organizations, not based on our benchmarking
So
internally?
we set our percentile based on, hey, this is where other organizations are. It is our percentile scoring, but that's based on the distribution across all the organizations using Press Ganey.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So, Contractor, on the same point that Steve was making, if you're gonna lower the rate for the 12.5 yellow at the top on percent for this stretch, does that implicitly mean we're gonna be, raising, does that mean we're gonna be lowering the rate of some of the other scores?
We're actually increasing the weight on the first one next year.
But does that mean you're gonna lower then the weight?
For some of
on
them,
others?
yes. Yeah.
Okay, you know which one those are yet?
I got to go back and look.
That's okay.
Because yes, I do, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and is that an annual process, Brian, where you're gonna look at that every year?
So that goes to the first point on my next slide. What we're doing in it was a great segue, Mr. Petty, thank you. We will be, as I told you, we have consolidated the number of parameters down from 162 to 58. And we will be maintaining those for the rest of this year. So you're seeing the conclusion of 21. For 22 and 23, we will be maintaining those parameters for the entirety of that time frame, all the way to the conclusion of FY23. Our goal, along with a subtle but evident change in distribution and weight, is to us drive performance. So we're not constantly making changes across the board, that we're actually allowing our clinicians and our team members to understand how we're performing, develop the best process, drive that process change where needed, and perform better on those throughout that entire time frame. So we do not envision either changing parameters or the weight of those parameters until I come back to you mid to late FY23 and say, here's what we think we ought to do based on our performance.
That's reassuring, because every time we change the metrics, now we have a whole new set of standards, and basically everybody starts over. And it's difficult to follow, so I'm
Yep.
glad you're doing that.
Trent, you have made that clear to us.
Did I say that before?
I took that message. I'll just say that.
We did when we were doing the goals. It's time to stop changing.
So So that was my first item. My second item, I just want you to know, I'm actually going to add to the litany of people getting awards. My wife was getting a small minor procedure done, referred by Dr. Haynes, by the way, just so you know. And she picked up the 360 West magazine. We had 43 acclaimed physicians listed in the top docs list.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm not wise enough, like Dr. Miles, to have them all spelled out. I'll just say we had a lot of them there. And I will note Dr. Miles was also on that list.
That's great.
And if I can interrupt you for just one quick second, Dr. Bechter, all 5 of the elected medical staff officers were listed, and I will be bringing you that list and the Fort Worth Magazine list back to the board next month for your review.
Awesome, that's great.
We are proceeding to do an evaluation, as you can see in our people piece. We're doing 9-box reviews of our medical directors, and we're using those for a variety of purposes, most significantly professional development for the ones who appear to be high potentials, and we want them to make larger contributions to the organization. We're beginning a workforce planning process with some very important data aggregation and then submitting that to our clinical chairs to complete their assessment of what they project for their workforce and use that information in their assessment to come back together with our health system leadership and actually talk about what do we really need, as opposed to just ad hoc, hey, we need another replacement position here. So we have more logic underlying where our physicians and our APPs are deployed over the next several years. Under the strategic bucket, I just want to note we've started the process of looking at where we're having patients who are referred outside of our network. We've been able to identify with surgery and with medicine, I would say, significant opportunity for us to be the primary clinicians for patients' major problems, and we've also identified patients in a large number of instances who have been referred outside despite the fact we have services internally. So we're looking at how we address that to be able to support the patients most effectively.
That with all the insurance type or just JPS connection you're looking at?
All.
All of it, okay.
We did not in particular look at one. We just said, we've got services while our patient's leaving.
I would love to see if they refer certain patient outside when they have better insurance.
We can discuss that offline. I will note that with the ORs opening back up, our surgical volume actually has picked up pretty rapidly beginning in January, even with some of the weather disruption, and continues on good pace. And I will give kudos to our medicine team. They are doing 2 extra things to improve specialty care. Number one, they will be opening up larger clinic templates beginning in June so that we can continue to take more patients in, and they are reinvigorating in a very different way an e-consult process so that patients seen by primary care physicians can get appropriate and ready consultation for specific problems via an e-consult mechanism and may not necessarily need to actually either have a telehealth or face-to-face appointment. Because we do a fair amount of value-based care work, and there is a fundamental within those types of contracts which requires that we accurately document patients' chronic conditions, we are fortunate to have several of our own physicians who've been willing to go get extra education about that and will work to create the right materials to educate our own physicians as opposed to having to do that from external entities in the necessary documentation and approach to this thing we call risk adjustment, which is documenting chronic conditions. And I had a chance to discuss that briefly with Colin this morning because it is also a significant compliance risk if we don't do that well. So his team will also be involved as we generate materials and make certain we really have the appropriate guardrails in place. I did mention new partnerships. We're looking to explore as a claim how we continue to broaden the footprint of ourselves with the health system across Tarrant County and provide services that are, I would hope in some ways, meeting patients where they're at And we're trying to do so in a way that is as complementary to the bond work and the facilities plan that we have, not get out in front of it, but also provide potentially adjunct or additional services that can complement it. So I've spent some time speaking to Dr. Duncan about that, because we want to be very much in line with what all the fantastic work is, but we also want to figure out how we expand our ability to kind of bring everybody across Tarrant County and bring the clinicians. If we have that many really good docs, we'll clone Dr. Haynes and put him in a lot of places. If we have that many good physicians, we want to make certain we can get them out doing more on behalf of patients. Organizationally, you will hear from Jay very shortly around what we've done from the operational engagement with Guidehouse. You've heard some preview on that. From the compensation piece, we're entering the shadow period. I mentioned to you we would be reviewing compensation individually with the physicians on a regular basis from now until we roll that plan out. And so we're starting that process where the chairs are going to review their individual physicians. They will then, each physician, get an individual scorecard and be able to see how they would be in the previous plan, because I don't believe can continue the pandemic amendment to the plan, but the previous plan and the new plan. And that will provide them, I hope, an opportunity to see either they would, as I say, be in the red zone, which is a good thing, or be in the green zone, which is the opportunity zone, and actually use some levers to get to the red zone. We are exploring how we incorporate some new positions into a claim. So some process improvement positions, some additional key capabilities that we historically haven't had, and we are working to maintain budget neutrality with that. So for those who read the administrative notes in Sharon's report, you'll note there's some things about we have some open positions. I know she has been very patient with me because I swap a lot there. And I know that we need certain things in place, which means we're not going to fill some other things. And we are filling positions at a lower compensation rate because those are different jobs. So we're working hard to not just be budget neutral, but bring in new capabilities and, in fact, enhance the organization, even though we're staying at the minimum within the budget we originally provided. And then lastly, I just want to note, year to date, we have a 4.1 million positive budget variance. We're still pretty aggressive. We were about a $500,000 positive budget variance in February, despite weather disruption and some slight decrease in net patient revenue. We expect some of that to go back up. March is a good month because it's got 31 days, so you got an extra clinic day, and those things work out well. But I think we are indebted to our revenue cycle team. They are at the moment at a collection rate of about 40%, which is very good for an organization such as ours. I'm always asking them to do better. And there's some things that, as I mentioned to you previously, that I've talked to our finance team from a contractual basis. We need and are working with Rory and team on how we improve the rates for our physicians, which it would be consistent with what market rates are. We're not asking to go well above. We are below market rates for many of the services that we provide. And we want to get it just up to market. So let me stop. I'm happy to take any questions before handing it over to Mr. York.
I got one more.
Okay.
So, Brian, when you talk about your strategic initiatives specific to new partnerships, you mentioned the ability to sort of leverage, if you will, the incredible talent base that we had and the services that we offer. Implicit in that comment, is it also the intent to be able to look at those partnerships from the standpoint of maximizing new revenue streams and new revenue potential for a claim?
The short answer is yes. I think what I'd like to do is make certain that, number one, we are not going to choose an opportunity that is based on just revenue. We want to remain true to the mission of who we are. We will take care of everyone and make certain we are working to improve the health of every individual in Tarrant County. There are also ways that if we do certain things, we can extend both our footprint and the people power that we have that can allow us to take advantage of revenue opportunities not just for a claim, but that would actually be helpful, we believe, for the entirety of the network.
Sure. I completely agree with you, and I would never suggest that revenue become a driving factor ahead of those other variables. But I would also offer that, the potential that a claim represents in terms of its community impact, the more that potential is realized, hopefully the better off the revenue return on that becomes. And I just want to make sure that's part of our strategic initiatives, because that's always been kind of an issue. And for a long time, we've been waiting to see if all of our strategies could result in a claim, having a better bottom line. And that's happening now. I mean, you saw that in your report today. So not to overstate it, but not to eliminate it from a discussion either.
Point noted, and I think as I have received, the criticism that I get repeatedly is that I'm forgetting our mission, and I'm very honest, I don't forget that. But the converse of that is I've been very open about we do need to explore a diversity of revenue opportunities for our organization. And I will speak with, I would say, the support that Dr. Duncan has provided as I've been throwing ideas on the table and saying, hey, I think we can do this. We are well positioned, to your point. We're the largest multi-specialty group in Tarrant County. We are very well positioned to leverage a number of skills across different reimbursement structures that could be beneficial for patients and beneficial for our entire organization.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
I just have would love to learn more about the gross collection and I guess the goal for the charge lag, and also I'm not sure I understand the final denial rate of 2%. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. The reason I'm
good questions. The denial rate, I will go back and get the definition from the revenue cycle team.
Mm-hmm.
It is the rate formally denied on the basis of any claims provided to the payer for which we are not getting anything back at all. That's number one, and I will go confirm that. Charge lag target is less than 7 days, so we're a little bit off. And the collection rate is predicated on, and I'm going to say this, saying this very clearly, it's a pretty standard definition, but I will say this is basically, if this was billed, this is what we're getting in relative to what was billed. We don't have a line of sight at the moment to specifically what the contract designates we should get for those services and how much of that comes in. And our team is working on that in concert with the finance team, and I think is doing a good job of bringing that together.
That's the way I would like to understand more, because to look at our chart master to see are we high or low, and for strategic pricing type thing. And I guess the denial rate and all that stuff, I'm kind of more interested in looking at the appeal and how successful are we with the appeal. Payment doesn't mean much to me, because if they underpay us and we never appeal and get to the higher number, that could be a problematic, and that tie back to the charge amount.
Okay, I can get you that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's good.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. Okay. Next, we will have our committee reports. No, I'm sorry. Jay, I'm just jumping right ahead. Okay, sorry.
Perfectly comfortable with what Dr. Becker said.
I just wanted him to change chairs.
Yeah. Great. Well, to advance that. Great. It's great to be back with you all. I have to say that I've graduated to my own badge now. That we've been with you for almost a year, so that's a good thing. I think we've had a really great experience with your team, in all facets, and so I appreciate the opportunity that we've had to work across multiple fronts, not only including the work that we've done, integrating that in with master facility planning and other aspects of this. So, It's been a while since, we talked, and I want a little bit of a walk into the operating model work and compensation work that Dr. Becker mentioned that I wanted to bring back up for the group to think about. Just, again, very quickly, when we typically look at a medical group, oftentimes it's fairly limited in scope, in the sense that there's a specific problem that we may be asked to address. And oftentimes we look at this in a way that says, this is one piece of the puzzle. You really need to think about the integration points, where these things intersect. And so having the opportunity to do a full analysis gave us a much broader picture. And so we were able to take that and then move into this operating model and compensation work. But, that also gave us a lot of insight into the organization, which we'll touch on, from a strategic and an operational perspective in the Acclaim operations. So one of the things that we shared with you early on were some of the initial findings that we had. And as we matured that, we looked at this in 4 buckets. If you look at the current financial performance, physician comp plan, operating model in the organizational structure, and then the Acclaim operating areas, so those non-clinical areas, we were able to break each one of those into subsets. And so all the areas that you're looking at here, we were able to evaluate and determine, where there were opportunities and where, there were functions that were doing well. And in many cases, there's a combination. Things that worked very well, historically, but others that needed tweaking, and others that, we worked with the teams to really redo. So as we've gone through this process, that's how we approach that. The other thing that became really apparent, the reason I brought up the strategy piece, and this, I think dovetails with a lot of Dr. Becker's comments, really when you look at a medical group, right, it's not just what's under the covers. You obviously had concerns about how things had been functioning, what information you were receiving, how the group was performing. But the 2 major factors that we continue to keep in front of everybody are, investment in a medical group is typical. In an employed situation, a contracted situation, you've got, nationally groups that, have subsidy from their parent organization. The question is how much? How much do you really, if you're just looking at numbers versus understanding the true operation? So we wanted to dig into that and that level of investment. The other piece that becomes this more strategic element is, what's the role of the, medical group as a strategic partner? Ultimately, what we've seen is, yes, there are operational opportunities, things that Dr. Becker has spoken to, things that Dr. Becker is addressing in his role, things that we have contributed to along the way through our work. But it really gets to the point of using the medical group as a strategic asset. And again, as he was just mentioning, looking at those opportunities that are in addition to, work with, but in addition to the operational improvements. And so in the green box, and I believe you all have this handy, so I won't try to read each one of these, but there were.
I don't think it's in the packet.
Wasn't in my packet.
I don't think it's in the
I didn't have it either.
No,
I don't think it made it to the.
It didn't make it to the board portal.
I'll slow down on a few of these then. So, again, if you keep in mind that these 2 top points just around, overall investment is normal, strategic partner, and how you integrate in with the health system is a really important aspect going forward. So the core opportunities that we had started to define when I was here before, further refine that as we went through the process. We're really looking at overall productivity opportunities, which again is just somewhat embedded in a typical medical group. You look and see how people are performing and where those opportunities lie. The fact that we were made aware early on, this was a known, but to what extent, I think we uncovered a little bit more. The compensation model misalignment. How do you actually align that with the goals of the organization? All of these things work hand in hand with the strategic plan that has been developed over the last 1.5 years. And then, as I mentioned, also just into that master facility planning as well. So the academic mission, obviously a key important piece, of JPS. How do you integrate in with the academic mission even further? Opportunities to improve revenue. We were just talking about that. Being positioned to not only take care of the patients that you care for today, but expand that, but also be in a position to really go into the value-based world, to really take care of patients in a better way. Looking at the physician leadership structure, that was a big element for us very early on. You know, as you look at each department and how that department functions and the number of leaders, it became very apparent that there were opportunities there to not only streamline that from a number standpoint, but from a function and an accountability standpoint. So these are all things that play very well together. And ultimately, we started to, you know, be the catalyst for some of that change. As we dug down a little deeper, you start to think about the non-clinical operational areas, just the core function of the medical group. And looking at those workflows and the decision rights, where those things are either functioning well or where they have opportunities to improve. And we spent a lot of time, and we'll talk about that in a minute, you know, working with each of the teams to, you know, improve the areas that needed work. And then ultimately, the data capture and reporting. And this was a big element, not only operationally, but clinically, to make sure that that information is at the fingertips, readily available, used for management functions, and even better, you know, digested by the leaders in the organization, so that, you know, as I think Mr. Petty pointed out, you don't have changes in metrics all the time. And so our comp model has really been focused on that, and we had a great amount of success with the team that does the quality reporting and streamlining that function and pushing it back into the quality committee. So these are the types of things that started to fall out of these findings. Pause for a second and see if any questions there.
So the overall productivity lower than anticipated at 41%, is that an apples-to-apples comparison with other teaching hospitals where physicians are having to dedicate significant time to the teaching aspect?
Yeah, so pardon me if I go a little deep on this, I'll try not to, but typically what happens is we will pull apart the clinical FTE, and so we're only looking at that clinical piece.
Okay.
So any research and teaching and administrative functions are carved out of that.
Okay.
So that gives us that apples to apples, you know, comparison.
Okay.
So moving along a little bit, once we digested some of those findings, we really put these into 4 strategic focus areas so that we could then look very tactically at what to do. Those became access to the network, operational delivery, how does the acclaim operational, you know, delivery function work, the organizational structure, is this actually supporting, you know, we're a big proponent of form, you know, following function. And so we wanted to make sure the functions were there and the form, the structure, you know, worked with that. And the overall provider strategy, you know, what's the role of the providers, you know, going forward? Again, it goes back to the strategic asset piece, excuse me. And so from these strategic areas, we were able to work through some of, again, we're cascading the level of detail at this point. You know, access really tied back to the compensation model. How do you drive those right functions? And then ultimately that operational delivery and org structure, you know, how do those fit into the operating model work? So those are really the 2 pieces that we pulled out. And as Dr. Becker said, the compensation modeling has gone very well to the point we are at now where we will begin shadowing within the next few weeks. We are setting up meetings with the chairs right now to review the modeling and variation from current model as we start out. And we give the physicians the chance over the shadow period to make adjustments, to adjust to the new metrics. So it's not flipping a light switch saying you're going to go from A to B today. It means that you're going to start to understand the modeling. And some of these things are incorporating, it's simplifying. You know, looking at the philosophy of the group and saying, you know, we want a simple, understandable model, and how can that be achieved? Because it really does start to speak to recruitment and retention, which is a major focus for this. And then from an operating model standpoint, how do we assure that the things that are being done are the right things and that they're done efficiently? So compensation is its own beast, if you will, and I'm sure we'll be able to provide more insight into that. But if you want to focus on the operating model aspect of this, you know, operating model can take several different definitions depending on how you're looking at it. we have defined it with the groups that we worked with as the blueprint for resources, how they're organized, how you deliver, and how do you provide value. So it looks at governance structure, process, behaviors, and accountabilities. And so our work with each of the acclaim areas really focused on what were the areas and processes that worked well today, what areas needed our focus, and then how do we create that future state. So that really became sort of our operating mantra with each group, and we found a lot of commonalities across these different areas. So just from a process standpoint, and again, there are innumerable details behind all of this that we've worked very closely with each of the groups, but really working to identify current state and all the functions that we mentioned. You'll hear the term RACI, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. So we not only looked at the process, but where did the decision rights lie? Who was responsible for each of those functions? In many cases, you had multiple people doing the same job, depending on who was available. And so we wanted to make sure we were helping to streamline some of those functions. These are, I'll say, natural occurrences just over time, but we wanted to make sure that there was thoughtful change, incorporated in. And so ultimately, for each of these, we really landed on 6 areas that we detailed out, and the outcomes for each of those areas really focused, around what that future state would look like, based on the gaps, and then how would that ultimately position a claim to be more successful. So the 6 areas that I mentioned, we're really looking at the clinical departments, the finance department, revenue cycle, risk and compliance, enterprise analytics, and recruitment and onboarding. And as you see here, just the graphic there really is representing putting it all in the funnel and coming out the other side with a future state design that really helped to prioritize and incorporate, the operating model future state so that we can feel comfortable that a claim is functioning well. And then ultimately, there are initiatives that rolled out of that over time will have to be prioritized and incorporated into future operations as this changes as well. So these are the areas that we really focused on. I think we made some great progress in laying some groundwork for the future of a claim, and you're starting to see the fruits of that labor, in the bottom line and other strategic areas.
Brian, in terms of implementation, how far, it's early, right? I mean, how would you characterize our implementation of this new design?
We're about 33% of the way there. Working with Jay's team, he knows there were times I was moving faster than they were. And so we were, having identified some of those things, took their insights and kind of said, great, we got to do this. So we're a third of the way there. I think I'm working on a project plan and prioritize the remaining efforts so that we have them in place and relevant to, number one, syncing up with the comp piece going live, because that's important for our clinicians, to continuing to improve, just from an operations standpoint, both efficiency, and I am going to say expense per unit of work. We're not fat, we're not entirely lean, but we're relatively lean. And so how do we redistribute some of that so it's having more impact on the entire operation successfully? I'm going to peg that we will have the next third of this completed before we do the comp rollout later this year, and we would need through the rest of the calendar year to have what we really are going to take from this and get implemented then in place.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good report. Remember when we talked about this some time ago, we were going to be looking at that. Finally got it, gang. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Now we will have committee reports, and we will start with quality. Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the Quality Committee met on February 14th. That was Valentine's Day, just to demonstrate how much we love quality around here. First thing is our employee recognition. You probably didn't know, we have a celebrity on the board, Dr. Charles E. Weber, Jr., Golden Mitt Award. That is presented each month to a team or unit or department who has improved patient safety or quality of care. So in November, it went to Invasive Labs. December, it went to Tower 8 Main. And January, it went to Inpatient Cardiac Monitoring. So they were all recognized. We had 3 policies that were presented and passed and approved by the committee. They are on the consent agenda today. They're the critical alarms policy, the clinical staff and safe work hours policy, and the practitioner house staff orders policy. Moving on to our patient experience. We have a patient experience overall rating. Our baseline in fiscal year 2021, end of the year performance was 72.4. This metric has gone up. We are now at 74.9%, so that is increasing. It measures overall experience ratings in 6 areas across the network. Those would be the inpatient, the outpatient surgery, the clinics, the emergency department, and behavioral health inpatient and behavioral health outpatient. 5 of 6 of those areas have gone up. One area, the emergency department, the teams are currently working through action plans to increase that as well. With regard to our PSI 90 and our quality scorecards and hand hygiene, the fiscal year to date 2022 PSI 90 is currently 1.99. Our target was 0.95, so much like golf, lower is better. 1.0 is what is expected for an organization of our size. So this is at least partially attributed to the fact that we had our highest event rate in November of 21 in 2 main areas. Those were pressure ulcers. Those are also perioperative deep vein thrombosis and pulmonary embolism. So teams are currently working on that for improvement. Our hand hygiene remains strong and is above or exceeding our performance targets. Also, our performance in colon surgery, abdominal hysterectomy, total hip and total knee surgery, standardized infection rates remain strong. We have had a slight increase in 2 areas. That is the central line associated blood infections and also urinary tract infections associated with catheters. Those have gone up slightly. And so teams are working on that to get that back down. Finally, in our strategic imperative number 1, set a new standard for a culture of excellence. So every year, as part of our high reliability and patient safety work, we complete a culture of safety staff survey through Press Ganey. That allows the organization to evaluate the attitudes and behaviors impacting patient and workplace safety. 2021 Press Ganey Safety Culture Survey gave us a composite of 3.98. That is slightly below the national average and the regional average. But we perform very well in comparison to the national average in teamwork and error prevention. So we get along and we pay attention. The teams are also working on specific initiatives this year around the reporting domain for building a just culture and a system of shared accountability. And that concludes our report.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
All right. Other Steve.
It's the Steves. So Lauren told me I had to read this, but I'm not gonna, and I'm not afraid of her. So we had our Medical Homes Committee meeting on the 14th as well. And I think even to the most skeptical observer, it was probably the best medical committee we've had in years. I mean, Dr. Miles spoke of the Strong Work Award. I think this committee probably should be awarded that. You give that out? Is that
The first meeting in a couple of
technical? That's a technicality.
Ain't being technical today.
You set the bar real high.
Not bad, yeah.
So Dr. Elliott gave us a fantastic overview of an update of the academic and research affairs. We talked about, and she gave us kind of an overview, because frankly, a lot of us hadn't looked at this in years. So 6 key areas that she covered was undergraduate medical education, graduate medical education, continuing medical education, medical library research, and well-being. And just to give you a scope here, we currently have 12 JPS-sponsored residency and fellowship programs that include 214 residents and fellows. We have 5 resident fellowship programs that we are a major sponsor for, that include 27 residents and fellows. And we have 114 academic affiliations and partnerships for students across 30 disciplines. The department also has, in alignment with the systems strategic plan, it has its priorities set for the next 5 years, or 3 years now, 2 years now. And they are academic excellence, clinical excellence, workforce recruitment and retention, research and innovation, and professional and leadership development. A few other highlights that she touched upon, they're in a process of developing a pipeline program with Fort Worth ISD to foster interest in STEM programs. And it's also, and I'm really excited about this, the development of a street medicine elective for medical students to highlight what we're doing there, which I think is incredibly innovative. So we have no issues for the board to consider, but I'll answer any questions I can.
Thanks, Steve. It was a good meeting and a very
Told you, Roger.
informative one. Okay, any questions here? All right. Okay, then we will move on to other matters requiring board discussion updates. And we will first start out with the DEI presentation. You want to introduce?
Yes, I do. I am really excited. Number one, as part of our strategic retreat and plan, remember that we all agreed that we must integrate diversity, equity, and inclusion in all of the work that we do across the organization. And as we had those robust conversations, both with the board and with the executive team, we did see where there was opportunity for us to have someone come in and to help us with our journey. And so I wanted to bring forward, I have identified a consultant firm who I believe you will be quite impressed with, not only the work that they've done, but the work that they will do. And wanted to bring Mandy Price, who is the CEO and co-founder of what's called Canaries, and it's not spelled like you would think it was, but it's K-A-N-A-R-Y-S, but Canaries. So I wanted to bring her forward to present to you the work that she will start to do here at JPS, and she will be giving ongoing updates to the board. So this is really exciting as we look at our diverse communities, understanding who is in our communities, who it is that we bring in and hire, and who it is that we promote. So looking at policies and kind of our processes too. So this is really exciting. I see Reverend Emerson looking at me, but he's been asking for this. As part of our bond work, Trent and Reverend Emerson have really stressed the importance of having diversity at the table when we put together our RFPs and when we look at our diversity spend and who it is that we're bringing in to help us and ensuring that we are always including diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm really excited. Mandy, I know I've spoken to you across Zoom, so it's so nice to see your beautiful face here. Mandy is an advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and is, as I said, the CEO and co-founder of Canaries, which is a technology startup that looks across problem solving as it pertains to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and has worked with a number of top companies across the United States and in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Canaries has been covered by Good Morning America, Forbes, and other entities, and has been selected to work with Google. So just to show you what her work is and just really her interest in this area. Mandy was named two of Entrepreneur Magazine's top 100 most powerful women. I love the word powerful. I'd love to be part of that, but of 2020. And most recently was named Dallas Startup Week's 2020 Rising Entrepreneur. Just a little bit about Mandy. She received her law degree from Harvard and practiced law for over 12 years before starting Canaries. She's had an interest in DEI beginning early in her career, where she helped to create the Division of Diversity and Community Engagement at the University of Texas as an undergraduate. She then held the role of outreach editor of the Harvard Civil Rights, Civil Liberties Law Review, and I can name a number of other things that she has sat on, including a lot of boards. She has received the 40 Under 40 Nations Best Advocates Award from the National Bar Association and was selected when she was practicing law as a best lawyer in Dallas by D Magazine. So I know you look at Mandy and think, how can she accomplish all of this? I feel totally inadequate every time I speak to her. She resides in Dallas, Texas, so we were able to bring in someone who actually has lived and worked in Dallas. So I know Fort Worth often doesn't call Dallas local, but she is close enough. And she is married with two beautiful children. So please, Mandy, we welcome you here. This means a lot to have someone of your caliber and your experience to come and help JPS as we begin our DEI journey. And you've brought someone with you, so I'll let you introduce her and then give your presentation to the board.
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor. If you never leave. Okay. So, Dr. Duncan, thank you so much for that introduction. My colleague Stacy Guillen is here with me. Stacy is on the Canaries team and has a previous career in healthcare. So have wanted her to join us today, but is working full-time on DEI issues now at Canaries with us and helping our companies strive and achieve best practices. So thank you so much for the introduction. I'm so excited to work with JPS and help really ensure that we're instituting the best practices when it comes to DEI. And it feels good to be in Fort Worth. I know you talked about me being a Dallas native, but I did serve on the board of the Legal Aid of Northwest Texas for many years. And so I miss my trips out to Fort Worth to their offices there. Presentation that talks about Canaries, some of our work, and how we will be partnering with JPS. So what makes Canaries different, I know this slide is a little bit harder to read, but I believe it's in everyone's deck, is that we use a multi-pronged approach, which is consulting solutions with our DI experts. We have certified DI experts on our team, as well as our assessments. And so we use our technology to deploy our assessments, as well as our data scientists. So we first will start with the assessments and use that to drive the data. So that we understand what type of consulting solutions need to be put in place. And then our experts will then help implement those solutions. And so in case you're wondering, we do have a little quote there that talks about our name, Canaries. It comes from Canary in the Coal Mine, where those workers were once taken underground to ensure healthy work environments. And we're doing the same thing, helping to ensure the work environment is healthy, safe, and desirable. So how we typically work with organizations is we help them measure track inclusion and equity within their workplace. We know a lot of organizations already have a good grasp on the diversity of their workplace, looking at the representation that exists within it, but have a harder time understanding what are the inclusion challenges that different employees may face within their workplace, and then how do we set up the structures and the systems to ensure that we're promoting inclusion and equity when we think about talent acquisition, performance management, all of these kind of structures that we know have a lot of research has gone into how they should be set up from a systems basis. Once we do the assessments, we have JPS will have access to all of our technology, to all the dashboards. In addition to those DI experts that will be working hand in hand with the JPS team, we also utilize our data to drive those benchmarking as well as recommendations. Our systems help to provide both internal and external benchmarking. So you can see not only how certain departments are faring compared to others, but also see how does JPS compare to other organizations within the healthcare industry. And then also we help to create and track KPIs on DEI. So we'll walk through a case study a little bit later where we have done this with some of our other company partners and talk about how we've been able to help them really put in place and implement some targeted solutions based on the data that we were able to derive after we've done the assessments. And then one of the other ways we've worked is being able to deploy self-ID campaigns. And so most organizations are tracking gender and race, but there's a desire to increase and understand what are the additional support systems we should be providing our employees. So when we look at things around religion, when we look at sexual orientation, when we look at disabilities, when we look at things around mental health. And so we do this in a way where it's not traced back to the employee. It's all still anonymous. So it's not ever put back into the HRIS system, but it collects the data in a way where we can see trends and we can then provide those support services. So here's just a sampling of some of the companies that we've worked with in Dallas. As Dr. Duncan noted, we've worked with many organizations from a national perspective, but did want to highlight here some of the organizations that we are currently, all these are still, we're currently working with these organizations: Neiman Marcus, Yum Brands, Catholic Charities of Fort Worth, Chuck E. Cheese, 7-Eleven, Southwest Transplant Alliance, GCI Health, and others. Canaries is a well-known established DI authority. Here are some of the publications that have talked about our work, especially the data-based influence of our work. We are very different in the sense of data drives all of our work. We don't come in and just do trainings. We define the trainings based off the research and the data. And so we will be working with respect to enhancing learning development, any kind of programs that we need to put in place from a DI perspective, but we don't just assume we need an unconscious bias training. We let the data tell us what types of trainings need to be put in place based off any kind of disparities or areas of opportunity that we're seeing. And then again, HR Tech, HR Executive has named us as one of the top 100 tech influencers in the space. And here is a couple of other, the Wall Street Journal and others that have highlighted our work. So when we look at kind of how clients have talked about us, what they, when we look at Neiman Marcus, our ability to really leverage big data, Silicon Labs talking about the fact that our DI data insights are things they never would have been able to collect because of our extensive benchmarking capabilities, as well as our ability not to just provide data, but to help organizations implement that data within their organization and to help them focus on the next steps and drive that transformation. So I'll walk through a quick case study of some of the work we've been doing with Neiman Marcus. We've been working with them for the past 2 years. And so we came in and did a multilingual inclusion assessment. All of our work is with that DI lens in mind. So we don't do any assessments just in English. We have the ability to deploy them in multiple languages. And so with Neiman Marcus, we did it in English, Spanish, and Mandarin, and Vietnamese actually. But we can deploy it in more than that as well. We deployed the assessment not only in their corporate headquarters, but in their warehouses and retail stores. And so when we deploy our technology, we keep in mind that many companies and organizations have distributed workforces. So we don't rely just on individuals having email addresses. We deploy out our assessments through SMS text messaging. We also set up kiosks to ensure that all employees are able to participate in the process. After our work with them, what they were able to see is a 44% increase in the diversity of their executive program. They saw a 32% decrease in time to hire rates, and they also saw huge increases in the level of inclusion and belonging of their employees. Because of the data-driven insights that we were able to produce, they were able to customize their trainings revamped their talent acquisition process to ensure that the hiring managers were trained with the ideas of DI in mind. They use standardized scorecards now for their entire recruitment process, questions, things of that nature, and use job description bias software to ensure that they are not introducing bias into their process. So that's a high-level overview of some of the ways we've been able to work with the organization, but there's many, many more, and happy to answer any questions with respect to that. So as we look through kind of our partnership with JPS, the first thing is around creating, well, the assessment's already done, but deploying the assessments, not only with the employees, but looking at the current policies, practices, procedures of JPS through a DI lens to ensure that there's not any kind of revisions or things that need to be made to ensure that they're in line with DI best practices. So that assessment, not only from the policy organizational lens, but also the employee lens, as well as the deploying of the self-ID campaign. From there, it's looking at the DI data reporting and dashboards. So JPS will have access to the software, to all the dashboards, where in real time they'll be able to go in, you'll be able to pull down the dashboards and the data and look at the benchmarking. Then we provide the tailored recommendations. So after that assessment, I will be coming to, I'm assuming, this board meeting, presenting those initial findings and telling you what our recommendations are based off the data. And then we will begin to work on the strategy implementation of changing any learning and development programs, changing anything else that we're seeing from a policies, practices, procedure standpoint based off the analysis that we've done. Here's an example of one of the dashboards. We have many, many dashboards, but this is an example of some of the software that JPS will have access to going forward. So I will stop there and see if there's any questions.
Any questions at all? Mandy, while you're thinking about any questions you may have for Mandy, and as she mentioned, she will come back and report back to the board. I think using technology and data is a best practice, and this often has been more soft, meaning that, you know, it's come in and talked about cultural competency and doing the training, but really being able to target where your areas are within the organization, to understand, so that we better understand what we may be doing based on policy that may keep us from being more of a diverse and inclusive environment, I think is revolutionary for many organizations, and especially for JPS. Mandy also will be doing some training, so there will be an executive retreat, and she'll start some of that training there. And then the board will also be that will be available to the board for any retreats or sessions that we may want to do here. So any questions from the board? I'm really excited about this.
Chuck has his hand up.
Yeah, great question, Dr. Weber. So with the different assessments, because we're doing more than one, we're doing the assessment on the policies, practices, procedures. That one we generally have information back within 3 weeks. Now, it will take the team here a couple weeks, right, to complete that. So that usually takes around 2 to 3 weeks to complete, and then I would say another week or two, we will be able to produce the results and the recommendations. With the employee assessment, that will take generally around 6 to 8 weeks to deploy, because we like to do employee communication ahead of time, which we'll work with the team here on. We have lots of experience with employee engagement with respect to the sensitivity around DI issues, being able to preemptively answer the questions of why am I being asked questions around my religion or sexual orientation or things of that nature. We have a lot of materials that we also deploy around letting them know that this information is confidential, that goes through all the kind of processes. So all of that kind of upfront communication usually takes 1 to 2 weeks to disseminate, and then we leave the assessment open for a couple of weeks. So I would say probably around 8 weeks for the employee assessment with respect to when we get those findings back.
That's very, very quick.
Good.
Well, because of the technology, right? Everything is stored in there, so it's not kind of a manual process of looking at everything, and so everything's is able to be deployed quickly.
Great. I made this comment at the last board meeting, but part of DEI, I think, should be opportunity, so that people, when they have their first hire, et cetera, they have the opportunity to move up with more training, et cetera, so it's not just a sort of a dead-end, quote-type job, so that we always can tell the community, look, you may start here, you have opportunity to rise. So that's why I always looked at DEI sort of and DEIO, but that's.
Okay, I saw Steve Montgomery. Did you have your hand up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mandy, you may have covered this in your introduction, but when you're looking at organizational structures, I guess, like JPS, you'd be looking at our employment policies, right, and how they impact how DEI impacts our employment policies, but also our contracting, right? We do a lot of contracting. Is that something you would look at as well?
We do. So I can kind of go over high level. Supplier diversity is one of the things we look at. We look at community management and kind of how we're talking about things in the community from a DI perspective. We generally look at talent acquisition, so how that process is being run, because there's certain things, like I said, with Neiman Marcus, with respect to having standardized processes. So we know that whenever you're hiring a role, right, the questions are still going to be different for the role. But what we see is that within a lot of organizations, there's not a standardized process as far as how recruitment is done or the interview process is done. So it becomes a lot of, we call it within DI, affinity bias, where I interviewed someone. Affinity bias.
Okay.
And so it's I like people like me, right? So I went to UT Austin. So we do an interview and we say, oh, you went to UT Austin? Me too. Oh, you went to Harvard Law? Oh my goodness, I love this person. And I never got to actually see within a standardized process, do they meet the characteristics of what we're looking for with this position? So those are the types of things we will look through when we're talking about talent acquisition. How are we sourcing candidates? How are we ensuring that job descriptions, like we said, are free of bias? How are we looking at the pay practices? Again, we know that there's certain market pay and things of that nature, but when we talk about pay practice from a structural standpoint, we're talking about looking at it from a DI lens on DI best practices as far as transparency with respect to pay bands and things of that nature. So all of that kind of systems work around how the organization is operating is the work we'll be doing within our assessment.
One last one, and this may be a bit of a reach. What about service delivery, like our interactions with patients? Is there a touch point there as well?
So our current engagement does not, it's kind of internal. It doesn't do any assessments with the patients.
Okay.
The board is welcome to approve that as additional payment. We'd love to have Mandy here for a long time.
Even for like patient intake, I know that it's much more complicated, right? We have doctor interaction, nurse interaction, but just even patient intake interaction, that's maybe a bigger scope down the road, but something to consider,
Yeah, it ties into it, I think. Yeah. DT, you had a question.
I'm just curious, do you have any work that you've done with hospital?
Yes, we
The reason I
have.
say that because Neiman is moving more to digital. So it's different than us because we touch patient, we touch our employee on a day-to-day basis. So that's the one part I want to understand a little bit more. The second part is about diversity and all that stuff. And I'm still troubled today, so I'd love to hear more about where we should be thinking between equity and equality in terms of rolling this program out. Because, we in the same room, we talk about it, but I don't think any one of us understand in depth about those two. And I don't have any point one way or another, but I'd like to understand a little bit more on that also as well.
Yeah, sure. No, great questions. So, yes, we have. We've worked with other large healthcare organizations before. We've worked with organizations that are not just big companies. So I know my case study that I walked through, kind of all the things, was with Neiman Marcus because we've been working with them for an extended amount of time, over 2 years. But we've worked with academic organizations. We worked with UT Austin. We've worked with nonprofits. We've worked with for-profits. We've worked with mid-market Fortune 500. So we've worked with a wide variety of organizations. We have benchmarking data on over 1,200 organizations. So our specialty isn't kind of one industry versus another. It's really around DI data and helping organizations understand those DI best practices. With respect to your question around diversity, I think you're saying, what's the difference between diversity, equity, inclusion? I know you said equality on there as well. So I know everyone uses the terms interchangeably, but, diversity is really around someone's identity, right? And there's lots of different kind of factors around that. So gender, race, religion, LGBT, these kind of things that make us who we are. And then when we talk about inclusion, those are things in the sense of, am I included within this workplace no matter what my identity is? And so that feeling of belonging, feeling like you belong in that workplace and you're included. When we talk about equity, it's that you can thrive in this workplace, and there's no limits to your opportunity, to your point, Dr. Weber, no matter what your identity is. And so what we see is that many organizations focus on diversity, which is important because representation matters, but they have sometimes hard time keeping talent of different backgrounds because the talent doesn't feel included, or they don't feel that there's equity within the organization in the sense of they have true opportunities to succeed there.
DT.
DT.
The reason I asked that question is because of we heard a lot about Harvard and all that stuff, and Harvard is pretty much probably one of the best schools in the world, right? But the admission, especially with minority, especially with Asian, is very questionable. And that's why I want to understand more about equity and equality, because it's a key thing that is being challenged, and it's actually suppressed Asian for admission over there, that's why.
Yeah, so all of our work is around how do we ensure that everyone is thriving in the workplace, and how do we ensure that we're creating an environment where everyone can reach their full potential and be their authentic self in the workplace, and that we are creating a place where people don't feel that only certain groups are able to succeed within that workplace. And so that is kind of the heart and nature of all of our work in the lens of how we operate.
Thank you, Mandy. I truly appreciate this.
Ralph
Oh,
had
I'm
a
sorry.
No, Dr. Duncan, I thought I understood you to say that at a particular level, the managers will receive training.
No, what I said is that there are training sessions that Mandy will be able to provide. We'll start with the executive team. I feel that we start at the top and then begin to push that down through the organization, and that there would be opportunity for Mandy, if the board desired, to also have that training come forward.
Reason I raised that is I would hope that at the onset, that there's a clear understanding and definition of what DEI represents, not the firm, but the DEI. What is diversity, equity, and inclusion? Many times persons look at that and turn a negative deaf ear.
And do what, Ralph?
They turn a negative deaf ear when you hear diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm just hoping as we start the training that everybody understands this is what it means. And so, because I think we can get off on the right foot if we get that clear.
So Mandy and I have had this discussion, and so We do not currently have a VP of DEI, as you know, and I asked her, is this okay to start this engagement without that? And in fact, she said this is not unusual for an organization who's beginning their journey to start the consultant work and then decide who can come in and keep it going. With that said, it currently has reported up to the CHRO. Mandy's work will report directly up to me so that as I am pushing out information across the organization as it applies to strategy, there will be that continuous recognition of the importance of DEI will be included in all that we do, much like we do with our strategic plan. And so they will begin to subliminally begin to hear about it without it coming out and saying, this is DEI, but as we start to look at how it is that we do things here and as we evaluate our policies and all that we do, it'll just become a part of what everyone does, really probably without them even realizing that it's being incorporated and integrated. So,
Amanda?
Yeah, I just had a question about employee and the survey, and it might be a question for Dr. Duncan, that in this particular work that all the employees are included in that survey, including our part-time, our other siloed individuals, everyone, okay.
yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And how does that work with what we're currently doing with Gallup and Press Ganey? Do you all
With
see?
who?
Gallup and Press Ganey?
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Amanda, what was the question?
How will that work with the work that we're doing currently with Gallup and Press Ganey on the employee side?
So you're talking about as far as the survey and kind of the data that we kind of pull from there. So that tends to be, as you remember, as far as the employee engagement is concerned, that's just once a year that we do that. So that data is very static, whereas Mandy will be able to kind of look at it more globally. And it's really based upon those engagement questions that we have. There's a couple that are considered to be DEI kind of related as to where the organization is at. So I'm sure that Mandy and her team will probably look at that engagement survey and incorporate it into the work and report out.
And also to your question, the way we do with the assessments, we start with a baseline, and then we look at any areas of opportunity that exist, and then we generally pulse there. So we will traditionally see certain departments or locations or things like that where there needs to be more focus, and we'll pulse that area immediately to drill down on that. So it's not a kind of a one-time assessment. We'll be determining with Dr. Duncan and her team kind of what is the cadence, because we see a lot of our clients that want to pulse on a quarterly basis. And so our dashboards track all of that as well, kind of how's the progress of the organization doing with respect to certain areas. And so it's not a one-time assessment. It's an ongoing to ensure that the interventions and recommendations and the trainings and everything we're putting in place are effective.
Gotcha.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate you coming here.
Waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Okay. All right. Now we have the RFP CMAR contract for the PEC contractor. Oh, there you are. I kept thinking, oh, I don't see him out there.
This one, me. Thank you, Madam Chair DeBose and Dr. Duncan and board. What I'm bringing in front of you today is the opportunity to release for solicitation for an RFP for a construction manager at risk contract. So it's the owner-contractor agreement for the PEC project, Psychiatric Emergency Center, that will be built next to the Trinity Springs Pavilion. And so we're in the design process right now. We're going through programming. Next step, we want to be able to bring on a contractor to the project early, and we're proposing the Cmar contract, the construction manager at risk contract method. What that does is allows the contractor to come onto the project early during the design phase. They give input to the design, as well as help with the pricing exercise for the pre-construction services. The other thing that's really important, especially in today's world that we're living in with, as we all know, with quantities and supply chains and things like that, it gives the opportunity to bring the contractor on so they can start with some of the early buyout of some of those long lead items. In construction right now, we're seeing mechanical, electrical, plumbing, electrical especially, those can be up to a year lead items on switch gears and things like that. So we want to be able to bring that contractor on early so they can start that buyout. So we don't start construction and then we've got to wait for some of those key materials to come to the site. So that's why we're proposing this contract method.
All right. Any questions?
I can tell you that this went through the steering committee and also included discussions with Judge Whitley. Was Roy? I think Roy was at that meeting as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this has been presented by staff and vetted carefully through the steering committee, and we recommended that it be brought to the board for consideration.
Okay, all right. All right, then I'll entertain a motion for approval for the contract. All right, Steve Montgomery.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded by, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by nay. Motion carries.
Mr. DeBose, I need to abstain from that vote. They're not a current customer, but they have been a customer in the past.
All right, okay. All right, thank you. That was easy. You thought it was going to be hard, right?
Thank you.
Okay, next, Dr. Duncan, you have the appointment for Mark Harmon.
So we seem to keep Mark busy with these TERS boards. This is consideration I'm asking for approval for the appointment of Mark Harmon to represent Tarrant County Hospital District for the City of Azle TERS Board.
Are there any questions?
Can those approvals go on consent? I mean, it's never an argument. It's always, no, we got to do it. It's part of the TERS obligation of the hospital district participation. Can those, because it's always Mark, can we go on consent with those things?
I asked the same question. Did you? Yeah, I did.
Maybe I got a different answer.
Mark, come and present. What do you do? How many of
I
these
mean,
is it?
normally what's rolling forward on consent is recommendations from other committees, but I can check and see if we can just have a different way of getting that approved. I don't even know that this board has to formally appoint. That was the question.
Yeah.
All right. Moved by Charlie, it's second. Okay. Second by Zim? Who's second? All right, thank you, Zim. Next time you won't look at me, okay? Okay, it's been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those that were not approved by nay. Okay. Next, we didn't have a finance committee, so next we have acceptance of the January. Sharon?
Yes, thank you. Due to the time and that this is a board committee, I'm going to kind of cover this at a high level. I will tell you, this is the 4th month of our fiscal year, and there's not really anything unusual from the first 3 months of the year to report. So, again, we had a favorable month as far as generation of income. We did slightly miss the budget this month. You can see up there that it's 8.3 million compared to about 8.5 million, or about 2% off. Again, net patient revenue is lower than budget. Most of that is coming from the lower inpatient volume that we've experienced this year. However, we do have some favorable acuity, so each patient is actually paying more, and that is also the length of stay is up relative to that higher acuity. The other negative impact that we have in net patient service revenue is, when we approved our budget, we really thought the supplemental program that the state had come up with, which they labeled CHIRP, which was, it's a Medicaid supplemental program with the ending of DSRIP last year. HHSC felt strongly that that program would be approved. However, there are still negotiations and conversations occurring with CMS, and that program has not yet been approved, and that's about $1.7 million a month. The good news is that we still continue to receive payments through HRSA that was set up at the beginning of COVID for those self-pay COVID-positive discharges. We do get a Medicare rate for those under the public health emergency. Every 90 days, that has gotten reapproved, and we did not budget for that component of the inpatient revenue because it was unknown at the time that we would continue with the 90-day extension. So that was a conservative part of our budget. If you look down at expenses, it's really all about the cost of salaries, labor, contract work. We are not alone in this. Any article that you may read through reinforces the fact that our industry has been heavily impacted by the shortage of labor, premium cost of labor, the overtime cost, some of the additional pay to incentivize our workers who are here to take up those extra shifts of coverage. For those extra shifts we cannot cover, we go out to contract labor pools. You can see the cost of that continues to be high. And we have had some savings in some of our purchase service and some of our travel, education, down in other expenses that have helped offset that. So when you look at year-to-date, we're at $30.7 million compared to a $35.3 million budget. It's about a $4.6 million shortfall. We are having conversations with our leaders now and trying to figure out how do we get back onto the budget track as we're challenged with some of these labor costs and some of the shortfalls in the inpatient payments. Are there any questions on the medical center?
Sharon, how does that square with what appears to be a really high FTE per adjusted patient day number? Because we're over 6 now. I would have thought that if we were having that much trouble getting people in, that we'd be challenged on the FTE side and more of it would be contracted out and that number would be down.
Right. So, Trent, you really focus in on that graph, and I often skip over it. So let me take a minute to explain it. Our FTE per adjusted patient day calculation, this is a year-to-date number. So this is inclusive of October through January. That 6.13 is actually our 22 budget. That middle bar is the FY22 actual, and that's at 5.94. So from an hours standpoint and hours paid, we're actually favorable.
That makes sense.
But when you turn it into the salary expense and the premium that we're paying those FTEs, it is over budget.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you.
So you're welcome.
The only thing else that I see is not necessarily a statement on the income statement, but rather on the connection enrollment pages.
Yes.
From the yearly, and we've talked about this several times on the amount and rapid decline of connections eligibility and enrollment. I mean, that's over 10,000 individuals. And so I'm trying to make that make sense in my head in the issues that we see out in the community of individuals losing their health insurance and opportunities why we're not seeing a bigger uptick in enrollment. And I don't know if it's, I know we had additional hours of service for eligibility. I hadn't seen really the marketing part of that, of how that's getting out into the community, letting people know. So that's my biggest concern from January 2021, when we were still in the middle of the pandemic, to January 2022. And we've had this great resignation as well as other issues that are happening within in time.
So let me address this month first, and then that gives a little bit of an insight as to what has happened for the last 12 months. If you remember in the beginning, with March of 20, we began, because of the social distancing requirements that we were having, we began giving extensions. So if you were on Connection, you were just automatically enrolled for an additional period. We continued with that until, I believe, January or February of this year, when we said, okay, once you finish this last extension, you need to come back in and re-enroll, reapply. What we often see anecdotally is that we get more traction with enrollment when you're seeking service. So even though Michelle Haynes and her team in eligibility reach out to these people in multiple different ways to try to get them to re-enroll, we don't often see a patient until they come back into the facility. So at the bottom, we added, and it's really hard to see on the screen, but on the bottom, we kind of added that ebb and flow monthly that happens within that enrollment number. We had 6,900 term, 4,751 were at the end of their extension period. So there was kind of a bolus of that last group who got an extension. 1,000 of that 7,000 that termed went on to an ACA plan, and then about 1,100 term normally. So we are watching that really carefully. And if you go back 2 or 3 years pre-pandemic, our normal rate was somewhere between 35 and 40,000. Now, that may not be the right number, but what I can measure is what's actually happening within the current population. So that is part of the reason that you saw it continue to escalate, because there were very few terminations that were happening. Now, if you qualified for ACA, of course, you no longer qualify for Connection. But, you know, you saw that build up, and then you saw the re-enrollment for ACA hit this year, along with that natural rolling of the extended termination.
Right. Yeah, and I know our termination, our eligibility is 1 year, correct? Right?
Yes.
1 year over and over. I think we need to have that conversation on, is eligibility for 1 year too much of a turnover for a lot of individuals, because we know that just with LMI communities that's not going to always be the case. You're not going to jump right out of eligibility poverty within a year. Some cases, amazingly, if they do, if they don't. I think we need to look at that. Also, I'd like to see utilization, because if you're talking about the amount of individuals who come in, seek service, are they continuing their patient care over and over within the Connections program? How is that moving through? And what are other factors extenuating community marketing that people can come out? I've talked about, different issues and instances in the community and them not feeling comfortable enough to come through, but are we open enough? Are we inviting enough for a community to feel comfortable to say, okay, I'm going to do this application and run through? and what are those barriers? I know we talked a lot about that. I just see this decline, yes, and that may be the normal, but also as we're looking at the population size, the individuals who are coming into Fort Worth.
Yes.
And also just everything else at 37,000 for even just the city of Fort Worth. We know that individuals who make less than $60,000 a year for a full family size, easily in the 300, 400,000 individual range. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sharon,
Yes, DT.
do we need to take a look at how we enroll in terms of having the people on the ground signing up? Is that compensation is done correctly? Because, other insurance programs, they have salespeople out there. They have a set number of dollars that they pay on a monthly basis, but then they're expecting certain application. I don't know about the other one, but I know, for instance, for an MA plan, application a week, right, or 20 a month or something like that. Their compensation may be $2,000, but at $250 per application, they can make some good salaries, and they can go out to the community, go out to the church, go out to the right place to get registered, and then they have renewal and all that stuff. Either that or looking at digital. How do we involve people and making sure that we have tamper-proof and all that stuff for documentation that they can send through, and then we can process rather than sending people out, risking all kind of challenge that we may see.
We can certainly look at the compensation, and we do give multiple venues on how you can sign up. There is an online option. You can drop it off if you're not comfortable coming in. We do a lot at the community health centers and the primary care locations that we have throughout the county. We can definitely review that.
Because we can convert some of the church social event and having, if they know there's a residual, they know their community very well, and that can help them also as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to put this out there again. I think the best way to kind of get through some of that is looking at a multi-year enrollment rather than a year-to-year enrollment. Because if you're really looking at community itself, being able to take that burden of supplying additional financial information year after year, you're going to see drastic drop-off. We know that. But if we put a 2 to 3 year enrollment, I would say 3 years would be able, that you could see some families moving financially out. In a 1 year, you're not going to see that family move financially as much as possible, unless they win some big lottery or something else. But, within a 3 year period, we're still covering them, making sure that they're catching up on their bills, making sure that they're true ideology of social determinants of health, and taking off that burden so that they don't have to constantly think about, oh, I can't go to the hospital because I didn't enroll in time.
Now, understand that the eligibility, what we've done over the last several years is try to make that burden as small as possible. And we also have a retroactivity. So if you're inpatient or you have been inpatient, you still have a period to come in and apply for the program. It's just, I don't know if you understood that or not, but we do have a look back period.
Yeah, but also I think it's just behavioral economics. So if somebody thinks that they have termed out or that they aren't eligible, they're not going to think in those terms. Their survival mindset is that I don't have enough money to go to the hospital, I didn't re-enroll, they're going to tell me I can't go, I don't want to pay, I'm going to get caught up in that bill. So if we extend out, and I'd like to see sign of what that study would look like, if we extend out those enrollment periods, is it really going to be a cost factor for us, or is it something extra that we're adding on to families to be able to really see? But it's
I can also check with my partners throughout the state and see what their eligibility periods are.
I would think that we would look at a reminder, you know, just like any other any company, when they are getting ready to come off, we send them a reminder and to let them know it's time for you to come in. I don't know if that's done or not, but that might be one way. I think on the eligibility, the city has a big program where they help folks that with their utilities. I don't know when they're coming in at those sites if we have eligibility there. Let me tell you something, the salary's about the same. You have to be this to qualify. But now what I do know, they haven't moved it any longer than a year. And so I'm a little concerned that you take it out 3 years, but we could look at how we could make sure that that process is done more to get them in. I know we say it's easy to go online, but the last time I tried to help somebody, I couldn't upload their information. So, you know, when we say go online, if your system isn't working where you can upload, that's the big drawback for that. And sometimes on that, they have not been able to do that. So I think if we just look at that and then come back, I think we can improve on it. Okay?
We'll do that.
All right.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to move on through a claim. One more. There we go. So from a claim standpoint, we had a little lower volume than budgeted. They were about 3% under in encounters. However, and that helps explain a little bit of that underage in their net patient service revenue of 3%. However, they have some open positions, and there's a large underage of about $487,000 in salaries, as you can see for the month. And looking at the bottom line, you have a positive variance of about $521,000. Year to date, that's about $4.1 million, as Dr. Becker reported earlier today. So. As a consolidated system, let me flip a page, you can see that year to date, we're right at $20.2 million compared to a budget of $20.1 million. But there are some large variances between the hospital and a claim. So we'll continue to work on that. Are there any questions?
I do. You know, on the hospital side, we see the decline in surgery, inpatient and outpatient. Mm-hmm. But then on the claim performance one, it said that we have a strong performance on surgery, so I'm a little bit confused.
So some of the surgeries that are performed, not all are performed at JPS. Okay. We do have surgeons that utilize other places. We are looking very closely at that surgical volume that's coming through the medical center. Some of it is limited by ourselves, and we're looking to optimize the utilization of both the downtown facility as well as Jessica.
So just want to make sure, so they perform outside of JPS, or yes. They? Because I want to make sure that we don't get ourselves into
what we have in January from the claim study. One, OR within JPS opened up, yes. Main OR. This 2 weeks ago, that was opened up for general cases, but not elective cases. 2 weeks ago, we started opening up for elective cases. Those would be cases that would come in that somebody would have to stay overnight here within the facility. Jessica has been on an upward trajectory for ambulatory surgery since January, and now is running at about 80 to 85% capacity utilization. So we're pretty much up to speed there. Our orthopedic and musculoskeletal physicians do 23 to 26% of their work at Baylor. They have moved. They had an office that was over at Harris, and they moved. They are moving their office. That work has been work that is basically shifted from one hospital outside of here to another. and they haven't been able to bring that work in because that work had represented stays that would require overnight stay. And we have a small number of procedures that have also occurred from a pain standpoint that have been undertaken at Baylor at one of their 2 locations, and a small number of endoscopies. And some of that has simply been due to how do we provide service to patients and undertake that successfully for them without detrimentally either damaging what we have as a footprint for JPS or taking advantage of, or trying to really take advantage of what has been challenging in terms of having the right number of staff, both for inpatient as well as at Jessica. So that's the activity that occurs externally. We actually do monitor that within a claim on a monthly basis. And some of this volume, as I noted in my report, and I hope Sharon does see that over the next 2 months, will change as we increase the number of elective surgical procedures within the facility.
So let me make sure I get it right. Because of our challenge with open up the facility for them, so they take it somewhere else, which is a good thing, so getting care for the patient. I just want to make sure that we don't, because I've seen so many places where, they do all the pre-op here, and then the one with third-party insurance, they move it somewhere else, and we don't get collection on pre-op and all that stuff.
It's a very good point. No, fortunately, we've done all that in a consistent manner, and I would note, and I thank you to our JPS team members, they've been helpful in getting all of our patients. So it's not just patients who are covered by commercial payers, it's also connection patients that we've been doing this for, because first of all, our teams wanted to make certain that for those who really needed stuff, it got done. And second, to the extent I can say they were as payer agnostic as you would want them to be, they were.
Thank you. Just trust but verify. Just kidding.
We look at it. We look at it monthly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
And I am not shooting the messenger because this is something I think we all own, but to tag along with what Amanda was talking about on enrollment for Connection, I just happened to look back at the looking at a chart from Finance Committee from 2019, where we looked at the January 2018 number is almost exactly what it is in 2022.
Yes, sir.
So we flatlined for the last 4 years. I think something, we ought to all kind of look at what can we do, what are we not doing right? I mean, think about how much our county has grown in the last 4 years.
Because if there's, they're locking the time but not the effort unless you change the compensation correctly.
I think it's also making sure people understand availability.
Absolutely.
What'd you say, Trent?
Let people understand availability.
Right.
I think a huge number of people do not recognize or realize that Connection's here.
They don't.
I deal literally almost every single day. I talk to somebody who is not aware of Connection.
It is the best kept secret in Tarrant County. And it should not be the secret. We have not done a lot in the community to make that known. And so part of what we need to do as we relook at that, how do we get the message out and make sure that our numbers, because we know the need is out there. And so I think as we look at the eligibility, you look at pay, but we also look at the communication and how can we communicate it better? Because it is not there.
I think the advocacy people are the ones that should be out there.
Yeah, okay, Ralph.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that just a little bit. That is really probably one of the key things is for some time, that was not the greatest image of JPS. And it's still sitting. And so it's to re-educate them that the JPS that you once thought of is not there anymore. At the end of this month, there's a big meeting of pastors, Afro-American pastors. I'm going to make a presentation there. So I will talk to Michelle to see if we can't do something even deeper with that.
Okay. All right.
So we will, we've heard you, and we will regroup as it pertains to communication and getting out in the community and eligibility, set some goals around that, understand what our opportunity is within what communities, and to bring that back at the Finance Committee on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Dorothy, for that time.
I'm sorry. I didn't think I did it, but I think it was somebody else.
So we will
Okay.
put a work group around this, and we will continue to report out as to where we're at with this. So thank you.
All right.
But one question, Dr. Duncan. You talked earlier, and I should have asked it earlier, when you spoke about, which I thought was great, the 95% where we are now with the vaccine. Did we see a difference with that 95% as relates to employees? Did we have a exodus out, or employees stayed?
So we have, and Daphne can probably speak to this, but we had there was about 172 employees who did not do anything. No, didn't submit an exemption, did not show that they were in compliance. And so they have been sent letters letting them know that they have a time period in which to become compliant. So we're working through that at this time. Does that help answer your question?
Okay.
So we could potentially have that many. Of course, we have ongoing assessment of the impact to operations. So, for example, if we had all the nurses in the ED, because they tend to be very heroic in nature, but if all of them were to say they weren't going to be vaccinated, we would not say, okay, then you all go home, because we know that that would impact patient care and operations. So we are every day assessing that and encouraging our employees to come into compliance. The other thing that we've done with our new employees is that we're able to get them as they come in. So that's also helping us increase and to begin to make that part of our onboarding.
Is that 95%?
Thank you.
It includes those who have received a vaccine or been approved for exemption or been evaluated for exemption.
Took out the exemption out, just the one that qualify for that, or all?
Yeah. So those who are compliant would be those who have submitted an exemption and been approved for that exemption.
But with exemption for medical or religious reason?
Both.
Could that be, never get to, if we have 100% compliance, would that be like at 95 or 96 or 97? It would be 100%. If we take out the exemption out.
We do not, even for flu vaccine. I mean, it's part of that compliance is that you meet the exemption, that you've submitted an exemption and been approved for that exemption, or you've received the vaccine. So at some point, we would expect 100%, right, if you now are releasing those who are not compliant at all.
Trent wanted me to ask this question.
I saw him signing.
Okay.
Getting close to the flu vaccine time for us.
Flu vaccine starts in the,
No, that was October.
yeah, that starts usually in the late fall. So.
Okay. All right. Where we are now is a motion to accept the January 2020 unaudited financial reports. Okay, DT and Charlotte. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed by nay. Motion passes. Okay. Next we have consider approval of the master service agreement between CloudMed Solutions. and Telec.
Madam Chair, before we go to that item, can I just go back and do one clarification on item Roman numeral 10B, which was the RFP for the Cmar contract?
Yeah.
Because I got a little confused when Mr. Fisher abstained from that. That was a request for approval to move forward with the RFP, not a specific contractor. So I'll just clarifying that for the board.
Okay.
So he didn't want to abstain on that.
He's already predicted into the future who's getting the award, and he's abstaining.
I sit in a lot of meetings, y'all.
Okay, I get it, all
I was
right.
just clearing it up for myself.
They
Thank
run
you.
together, so I removed my abstention.
Okay, thank you. All right, Roy.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, could I backtrack to the eligibility discussion? Is that okay?
1 minute.
1 minute. DT and I always seem to be somewhat on the same wavelength. And, no, but his question was about a more digital experience for the patient. One of the things we are exploring, and this is so new, actually, that Sharon doesn't even know about it. It's with our automation partner, Olive. And what they've done is brought to us one of their partner companies that could take a patient, if they're already on Connections, they're in a good standing, they already have the benefits, but there's an exponential amount of patients that come in as not Connections members, and they don't sign up. So we're looking at a way to actually present them in an automated way, cell phone, a series of questions. Questions might be related to demographics, or it might be related to children in the home. And it kind of rules out Medicaid programs. And when you get to the end, you would be left with, you're eligible for JPS Connections. And then it would give them some of the requirements or steps and kind of keep pinging them in an automated way. So we do lose a vast number of people who just don't respond. So we are exploring that. We feel like we can do that, hopefully budget neutral. But it's just a different way to approach them digitally. So I did want to kind of bring that up. So,
Well, thank you. You
Sure.
did well.
All right. So item 10, 10E is I appreciate the opportunity to present this. I know I'm one of the only contracts or the only contract, but we do have some revenue opportunity here. And the further we push this contract out, we are foregoing revenue. But CloudMed is the contract solution. There was an RFP conducted and awarded to CloudMed. We have a cost of about $350,000 a year, but it does generate about $1.3 million in additional revenue for JPS. And that's previously undiscovered revenue. And they provide two services. One of those would be just pure underpayment recovery. Managed care company pays us less than we should have been paid. And then the second is a DRG validation process where they use some artificial intelligence and algorithms to discover potential documentation and coding that will maximize DRGs. So again, thank you for letting me get this on the agenda. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Yes, Chuck.
So they are not a new contract. The DRG validation piece is new, but the underpayment recovery was previously in existence. And one thing I did want to point out is this is not related to status of the patient, inpatient versus observation. It's truly, are we getting the DRG correct? And are we capitalizing on CC and MCC conditions, major comorbidities?
That was my question when I read this. I just barely started to talk to Sharon about it. Do we use the DRGs for the observation patients when they're dismissed?
So DRGs are purely inpatient, and observation patients are paid on what's called an ambulatory patient classification, APC. So, yeah, the DRG does not come into play on an observation patient.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Here, I pushed the button. Well, I think I discussed this, but I wasn't clear, this is another way of looking at DRG to see if it's coded correctly. And we do have another group that does the CDI and all that stuff. So how does all this people running around, one fixed this way, one fixed the other way, and all that stuff? At some point, Colin's going to come into the picture and say, you know what, you're flip-flopping this, and it creates a compliance issue type thing. So I just want to get some a little bit better understanding of how what's the rules of engagement between these vendors?
Yeah, so really all of our CDI work currently is done by JPS internal.
CDI means?
Clinical documentation improvement, sorry, is done by JPS employees. We do have to leverage one company from time to time when we have vacancies. So we can't always cover the needed reviews that need to be done with our internal team. When we have a vacancy, we really have to flip the switch and use outsourcing. But with respect to compliance issues, we've had a number of looks at kind of how they're looking at things, and we're probably still somewhat conservative still on the maximization side. We need to make sure we're exactly perfect, but it's very hard to attain perfection with this. So, but it is internal staff, and we wouldn't be relying on a vendor that could potentially get us out of compliance.
Okay. But would that add into more of days that will affect discharge but not final bill, dropping the claim?
Well, a lot of the CDI work gets done concurrently. So as that patient is here, you're doing concurrent review. There are some things that have to be done post-discharge, but our DNFC, discharge not final coded, is right around 2 days right now, which is industry, as far as industry standard, is very good. DNFB is right at industry target around 5. So discharge not final bill, sorry.
But if the clinic is 9 days, we can't be that, otherwise we're going to add a bunch of late charges though, right?
Say that again, what?
Of the drop of the claim on the claim side was reported at 9 days. If it's 9 days, it takes us 4 or 5 days to drop, then we're going to have we potentially will have late charges.
Yeah, our late charge problem is not as significant at JPS. We typically run somewhere around 4 to 5 days bill hold, so most of those charges are getting in. We have a little bit of a problem. We've even been considering lowering the bill hold days so that we do get those bills out quicker. So, but we do monitor late charges on a monthly basis and kind of work with those areas that are potentially problematic. Every organization has some. It's never going to be zero.
Thanks.
All right.
Got it.
Did I read this contract correctly? It's all contingency-based?
That is correct.
26%?
26, and that's, I've been in facilities and worked with CloudMed before that have been in the low to mid-30s. So it is a good rate, and we don't pay for anything unless they find it.
Yeah, I would say it's a very good rate from what I've seen.
Is this looking strictly for DRG, for inpatient, or are they looking at CCA also, charge capture audit and all that stuff also?
Not related to charge capture audit. We do have a revenue integrity team that's really looking for opportunities with charge capture.
Okay, got it.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion for approval. Zim approved it.
Second. Okay.
Ralph seconded. All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed.
Was it DT or Reverend? I thought DT.
I'm going to abstain from this one. I know one of the board members at CloudMed before they write in the transition to be merged with R1, and one of the board members is a friend of mine, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. All right. Motion passed, I believe. I didn't hear any nays. And DT abstained.
I'm sorry.
You didn't vote.
No, I abstained.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
Okay. That's that. Got that clarified. All right. We're to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone would like to remove from the consent agenda? Okay. All right. Trent took care of the approval. Second by Zim. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by nay. Motion passes. Okay. Now, we are down to legal counsel. Do you have a report? No report? All right. We need to end the open session and reconvene in closed session. And today, I'd like to ask that For the closed session, only the board members, the CEO, and the chief legal counsel stay. Dr. Miles, if you have something you want to present, you'll do it early. You'll do it first, right? Okay? All right? So we will go in closed session at now. Okay? There being no further business, then we are adjourned from the board meeting. Okay? Thank you. No, you can't leave.
Would you make then I would second.
All right. It's been moved in a second. Are there any discussions? All those in favor of the change signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You're still on there.
Now,
You
there's
just
a
moved.
secretary position and a vice chair, is that none of that?
So the rest of the membership will match the current
The
board
current.
makeup.
Right, okay. Got it.
You did approve
Oh, did we have some minutes?
it.
Oh, I have some minutes here from the last meeting. We do?
Yes.
Okay.
February.
I'm sorry, gang. We had some approval of some minutes. Y'all had some minutes?
So the PFC met on February 25th, 2021. It's been a long time.
Yes.
This is a minor item, just to approve those minutes from the last meeting. We circulated, did you pass those out, Suzanne? We did circulate those. To you.
Okay. All right.
I'll move approval.
All right. All right. It's been moved first and second. All those in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye. Okay, we've appointed the officers, and now, I know I went out of order because I was going to lose some board members. They have to go. But are we ready now for my presentation? So we're ready for the presentation now. I swear I don't have no minutes. It's not in.
Thank you very much. Should I give the presentation from here, or would you prefer a?
Oh, you can sit right there.
Okay. I will. I prefer to sit, thank you. And I'll try to make this as quick as I can. I understand that y'all have been in a board meeting most of the day, so I be respectful of your time. I know we're also joined as your representation by Mr. Jim Plummer and by Ms. Summer Greathouse as well. We have a presentation that was sent directly to the JPS staff. Is that on this particular laptop right here, or should it be? Daphne, do you got it? Lauren? You? Okay, perfect. It's good to see everybody in person. In fact, I don't think I've met most of y'all in person simply because of the pandemic that's been going on and keeping us from meeting. So it's good to be here. It's good to present. Today is effectively just an update on where we're at and where we've been, where we've gone through, where we've come from. So this is a presentation on Magnolia Lofts for the JPS board meeting March 10th, 2022. My name is Jason Arechiga. I am the Senior Vice President of the NRP Group, and with me is the Senior Vice President of Governmental Affairs, Ms. Deborah Guerrero. So we came to y'all in 2021 of last year to propose a unique partnership that's available in the state of Texas to actually partner together and bring affordable housing for the residents of Fort Worth and for the employees of JPS. I will delve a little bit into that in a moment, but a little bit about the NRP Group. We are a development corporation, a construction corporation, and a management corporation. So ultimately what that means is the buck stops with us. I am the developer in charge of this deal, but we also control the construction too. So as we have to deliver on to the promises of what we have built. And not only that, we have to actually manage to the expectations or above the expectations set by the board and by ourselves. So it's important that we are all under one fully integrated group. We wanted to be able to reiterate that as we said last year. We are a nationwide company. Our headquarters is in Cleveland, Ohio, and our second headquarters is in San Antonio. So we came up from San Antonio today, and we've developed over 25,000 units in the state of Texas with over 13,000 affordable. It is our mission, and one of our missions, to combine healthcare and housing. That is a
That's what we believe is fundamental rights for our residents, not just food security, education, neighborhood environment, economic stability, and of course, healthcare. We noticed the 5 major social determinants of health. And what we wanted to do is introduce a partnership of healthcare and housing with JPS and NRP in Texas. What you're looking at there is the residences at Career Gateway in Columbus, Ohio, and we've also partnered with Metro Health in Cleveland, Ohio, and University Hospitals as well. So the residences at Career Gateway was a partnership where there's a 2,500 square foot space available for helping people find jobs and to at the same time also provide housing. So that is just another unique opportunity for a catalytic community investment similar to what we're proposing today. As to the background for this development, we came to y'all as part of a partnership with Wynn Jackson in 2021 and said that was kind of a fortuitous meeting, actually. Wynn Jackson had won the RFP on this particular property, and they had met with our head of capital markets, Mr. George Currill, and he said, you know, why don't you talk to some of our guys down in Texas? We might be able to do something that's very unique and very competitive and very hard to do in the sense that it's very difficult to win these what we call tax credits. So we looked at this tax credit program was created in 1986 as a way to incentivize private and public partnerships together to utilize federal tax credits that we can then, if we win them, sell them and use them as equity into the deal that provides the quality product that you see there, as well as the lower rents for the residents that we target. So we looked at this, and there were 2 deals that won last year in all of Fort Worth, and we are one of them. So that was something that we had presented to y'all in 2021 and said, guys, we look really good, but I can't predict anything because, well, I can predict, but whether it comes true or not will remain to be seen. So I'm happy to sit here in front of you and say we have received the award and we have moved through the process of permitting. We are well along into permitting, and we are now at a process where next month we will be asking the JPS board with Ms. Walker's counsel, of course, to approve the final ground lease and term sheet for the deal, of which would subsequently be approved by the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. And we'll go into that a bit later in the slide. So in February of 2021, y'all had formed the Public Facility Corporation under Section 303, approved the ground lease option and participation in the application. We had submitted that package to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and as I had said, we had received the award. So, and we have also worked with the Near Southside organization, with JPS, and with city staff. I would like to also point out that the city of Fort Worth did pass a resolution of support, which was necessary for receiving the tax credits. So they are also in support of this development as well. There's a little bit of change to the JPS benefits. So some of the benefits that I'll go over besides the actual benefits of providing the affordable housing, financial benefits is a consistent revenue stream. An annual lease payment of $100,000, growing 3% annually, which is approximately $2.2 million over 15 years. We are performing out for 15 years. JPS will receive 25% of the distributed cash flow of the development. Now, this is something that I do want to point out that has changed only in the amount. So normally 9% projects, because they have a lower rent level, really don't cash flow very well. However, because of the rise in construction pricing and because of lower tolerances, I will be honest with you folks and say that it really doesn't cash flow very well at all. However, it does provide its debt coverage ratio, as Mr. Plummer can attest to, and it does cover all reserves and expenses. But and that's just so we could cover the drastic increase in construction prices, as I probably don't need to tell any of y'all who have ever been in the past couple of weeks to Lowe's and looked at lumber pricing. It's ridiculous. So we did in return, we decided to cut JPS into the developer fee. Now that is what is new this year and what new to this proposal as it was in 2021. NRP is giving up 5% of the developer fee, and Wynn Jackson's giving up 5% of the developer fee for an additional $187,000, which would have exceeded the cash flow projections in 2021 anyway. We can also, the main thing that we also wanted to point out is that JPS has the option to own the improvements after 15 years for the cost of the outstanding debt, which is in exit taxes, which is approximately $3.6 million to own a $19 million asset. And then, of course, I can also say we provide, as I mentioned earlier, the affordable housing. I'll get into a little bit. And then the last thing we had proposed in 2021 that is still projected is building 2,000 square feet of what we would call a warm white box for the use of JPS as however y'all wish to use it. We have looked at other partnerships in the past where Aetna or CVS has come in and done a mini clinic. Again, y'all can use it however y'all deem that y'all want to, whether you want to do it. We've done in Austin, we did a pay-as-you-go healthy bodega. We've done even everything from barbershops to continued daycare programs, whatever the case may be, or whatever need that y'all would like to see fit there, it is available for y'all use. We are finishing it out to the warm white box level for JPS. Here's just an example of some of a development in senior housing, very similar to the amount of unit count that we had built over in Arlington off Collins Street. And that's just an example of, it's also using the exact same 9% program that we are using here. So we are certainly proposing the same or greater finish out that you're looking at there, including the granite countertops and vinyl plank flooring and the community amenities of the Health and Wellness Center, Business Center, library, community room, and kitchen, and the elevator service as well. This one's too small for a swimming pool, but I can go into the site plan in just a moment. And then another example of the quality of the development is the Rio Lofts in San Antonio. This is also a 9% program. This is also utilizing, targeting the same income levels, and this is in a partnership with a nonprofit. The previous one was a partnership, the Elliott was a partnership with the Arlington Housing Finance Corporation. They're first. So a little bit of the development summary. This is, again, very similar to what we had proposed last year in 2021 with a minor change of the unit count down from 69 total units to 67 total units, 7 market rate units, and 60 affordable units. We had mentioned the 2,000 square feet of retail space, leased for a de minimis CAM charge to JPS. There's on-site surface parking immediately adjacent to JPS. Plans do call for the current abandonment of Crawford Street, which supports JPS's overall master plan. This is a 4-story. This is simply a proposed rendering of what it would look like. Again, we would welcome input from the board in terms of colors, but a lot of the actual design is very influenced by the near South Side community plan. So we are building without any variances to the near South Side. This is accomplishing all the 50% brick and everything that they had asked for. So it does, that in and of itself really influences a lot of the design. But we're open to interior design, color changes, a lot of the like. So who are we serving? This is something that has been asked before by the board, by staff, by the city. Ultimately, what we wanted to come up with was the number of JPS employees who might qualify. And we are serving those families who make 30% of area median income and below, 50% of area median income, and 60% of area median income and below. Those numbers are in the chart to your lower left, and we broke down the amount of employees who might qualify. Of course, it's a little bit different based on family size, but we could certainly be able to accommodate a lot of JPS employees and their family for this affordable housing. I didn't break down earlier that this is also features 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, so we really are targeting families with our services as well. Speaking of those services, we usually partner with a resident service provider, Community Housing Resources, to provide an after-school program, which we certainly plan on doing this with the Children's Activity Room. That is an awesome program that I'm very fond of, where our children can come at no additional cost to the resident and come and participate with their friends. This is a monitored program. In fact, when we did a pilot program of this in San Marcos, we noticed an entire letter grade improvement of the kids that took part in it. So we're very proud of it. And it's a great place for where healthy snacks start and summer lunches. And it's a very neat program that we like and that we provide for. But that's not all we provide as well. We do adult education support, including financial literacy, ESL, job readiness, and our first-time homebuyer program, which is very important, as well as annual health care screenings. And the last thing that I want to point out is that these resident services can be tailored. We normally go and do a survey when we're about 40% full and leased up. And I will say also in terms of leasing up, lately when we've been opening these 9% deals, we're leased up before we open the door. So that's particularly the demand of what we're looking at right now. But we will tailor our resident services both with the input of the JPS board, the PFC, and with the residents themselves. So for the project timeline, we have already been working with the working design group. Thank you very much, of course, Ms. Walker and Mark and everybody else who had taken part of that. And we are negotiating the ground lease and term sheet. Again, as I mentioned, Mr. Plummer's on the line representing y'all, as well as Ms. Walker. We are here at the March 10th board meeting looking for the consideration and approval of that ground lease and term sheet at the next board meeting, passing on to the County Commissioners Court for final approval in June, which would be closing in August. I do want to point out that these deals, and something that we did point out in August 21, they come with a ticking time clock. Because these federal credits are coming around every year, and then there's this contest, essentially a beauty contest, where you go through the application process to win the award, which we did. When you win it, they say you have such and such time to close. It was July the 1st of this year. They have pushed it back in consideration of the pandemic and as well as other considerations as well. But when we do close, we are hoping we can close in August because we must have our final construction completion by the end of Q4 2023. So we can get it done. It is an ambitious schedule, but we can build it and we can certainly get it done. We have done it before, and we've done it, 65 times over the state as we've evidenced before. We haven't missed our deadline, but it is something that we do need y'all's support in that regard. So with that, again, I tried to make it as quick as possible, but some of our contacts are all right here. Mr. Whipple can't be joining us today, but he's also been working with Mark and with staff. I'll open it up to any other questions, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone have questions? Yes, Ralph.
Can you tell me, or can you define for me what affordable housing is?
So, I'm going to be as blunt and honest as possible. The answer is there's different definitions on who you ask. The Housing and Urban Development says those who make 80% of area median income and below are eligible for affordable housing or should need affordable housing. Some other people equate it to public housing or Section 8 vouchers or a variety of other avenues. What we typically qualify it as is usually families and working families who make 60% of area median income and below, who need that little bit of extra assistance in order to make rent, especially what we're looking at with rising construction costs, rising land costs, and rising rent. in a lot of areas, even in this near south side, looking at some of the market rate deals and the extremely high rents that are coming in the area, we wanted to incorporate that affordable housing so we didn't push out a lot of the employees of JPS who wanted to live in the area. And that's why it was crucial that we came up with the help of JPS staff for how many employees might qualify. And so what we're saying it effectively is those who make a family of four who makes $48,480 and below. Now, this area median income is going to grow. It's grown every year in Fort Worth, and we're anticipating we're anticipating a 10% increase in 2022. So we're basing what we define affordable housing as off that number. As incomes rise and inflation goes up and incomes increase, that should probably be about 88,000 at the end of this year, probably be more in 2023. And as that goes up, we are trying to target our rents and the residents who can qualify in at 60% of that and below.
So do you have a range of rents now that will take place at the facility?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have a range of rents that we could see what the units will go for now?
Yes, I'll provide that. I don't have that right now. In fact, I'll pull it up right now. Deborah, if you have the pro forma, I'll also pull that up as well. I had that pulled up earlier, but the rents, I do know off the top of my head, and I will confirm by the end of this meeting for you. They go usually the 30% units. The rents go for about $400 a month, up to the 3-bedroom 60% units that are right around $1,000. We had looked at that when we presented to Dr. Duncan last week. So, and then there's the market rate units, which are about $100 to $150 over the affordable housing rents. And there's only 7 of those units. But you're looking at anywhere from $400 to $1,000 a month in rent.
Do you know how that breaks down to price per square foot per month?
It's a little over $1. Let me pull that up right now.
Current near south side, apartments are going for roughly about $1.85 to $2.25 to about $2.25 per square foot per month is the current neighborhood that I'm seeing. They've gone up in the last 2 years. They used to be about $1.55. About half price.
Yeah, it's tremendous. The Mag and Main is about $1.85. We're a little over. Our units range, our 1-bedrooms are 650 square feet, our 2-bedrooms are 850 square feet. Community Housing Resources executive boards located mainly around San Antonio. They do have a board member here in Dallas, Fort Worth, and they are in some of our other communities here. And they're working with Girls Inc. of Fort Worth, United Way of Fort Worth, the food pantry programs, and a few of them. So they work with local nonprofits to help bring in those resident services. So yeah, it's very much using local talent to be able to do that, and we hire local as well.
Okay. Trent, you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be in the back right now, just looking up those final rents so that I can report those to y'all as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, do I need to have closed session? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, I'm just seeing if we need to go into closed session.
Yes.
Okay, all right, yes, okay. All right, so let me close the open meeting at 4:56, and then we will go into closed session immediately, okay?
Not long.
All right.
Record long meeting, right? We hadn't had one of these in a long time.
I know.